What is up, everybody? How are you doing, Cider? Damn, I won't be able to watch this one live. Dinner plans. Oh well, dude, it'll be available to watch. Footwork. It's all good. It'll be available on the channel to watch. If I do ever unlist the stream, it will be available for my Patreons. How's it going? Wiggles, Andy K, Cyber. This track is actually Cyber's track. I see there. How you doing, Ses or SS? This banging tune belongs to Cider. How you doing, Entus? Cyber. Sorry, I'm getting confused already. Are you going to work on the ayahuasca track today? Which one is that? I've got a bunch of tracks in the folder. So just for a quick explanation, for those who aren't really following, how are you doing, Cosmic Pharaoh? So I have a little kind of, I don't want to call it a support group because that has other connotations. But it's like a kind of, I call it the inner circle, which is like a group of Patreons. So there's a tier on my Patreons. There's a tier on my Patreon thing, which allows for this kind of inner circle group where we share ideas. I give feedback for tracks and that kind of thing. It is not available yet, as far as I know, Says. Or it might be. But I'm not sure if links will be able to show up. But I'm sure you could search Cyber on SoundCloud and find his other stuff there. The one with the sample pack. Oh, today, no, I'm just going to be mastering tracks from the inner circles people. So a little while ago, I did post about wanting tracks to kind of use as mastering examples. And I think it's cool to get tracks that kind of aren't mine because I can a little bit easier kind of spot things. I can easier spot things that might be like an issue in the mix or anything like that. So anyway, the inner circle group, I do like feedback for tracks. We try to get each other's mixes to a point where we feel it's the best it can be. But then I also occasionally do these kind of like mastering streams, or I've started recently occasionally doing these kind of mastering streams where I'll take a couple of the tracks which are at a point where the producers themselves are happy with the outcome, and we'll look at kind of mastering them or getting them to even kind of more professional standard. But I think the power in kind of doing it live, because already, I mean, for those of you who saw last episode, there was a couple of things that I did to a couple of the tracks, but then kind of in passing I mentioned, this is the kind of thing I would probably go and do in the mix. And then a couple of people actually went back and then actually adjusted a couple of those things in the mix. So it's cool to be able to do this stuff live because the guys in the inner circle themselves actually get like really good feedback on their tracks, but also like you guys can see how I kind of analyze things and that kind of thing. Another thing I kind of want to get out the way before diving too deep into the mastering and stuff is that there isn't any kind of like silver bullet methods. I know like there was a lot of comments on the last stream about, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. A lot of the stuff I'm kind of like, I'm analyzing in the moment, and a lot of the decisions are kind of like done in the moment. So, I will obviously go back to the kind of final master and just make sure that everything is okay and all that. But I think the kind of takeaway here is not using exact processes that I use. It's trying to understand the kind of like, trying to understand the kind of analysis process and the thought process that I kind of go through when doing this, as opposed to, for example, like this track might have certain frequencies which are too high or too low or something, and I may put an EQ on to adjust that. You don't want to then go and put that exact same EQ onto your track because the chances of it working are like 1 in a million. So try and understand why I'm putting that EQ on that specific frequency, And that's going to be a lot more powerful than just applying the sort of stuff that I do, if that makes sense. So, Silent State, how are you doing? Anyway, so yeah, let's just dive in. Let's give it a listen. As I kind of start hearing things, I will start explaining my sort of thought process and that kind of thing. I kind of want to start looking towards creating a template and maybe a couple of macros that are going to make the whole kind of mastering process a little bit easier in terms of like maybe A/B referencing and that kind of stuff. But obviously this kind of stuff comes with, I kind of don't know what macros I want to make until I've gone through that process an amount of times and thought like, okay, this I actually want to change, or this I actually want to change, or I want to do this quicker or that quicker or whatever. So some of the stuff might be experimental. But again, yeah, try and understand like the analysis and thought process behind the stuff rather than just kind of like copying the exact processing that I do. Anyway. Yeah, man, I also need to learn to dub like this. This guy is really, really good. Hey, fuck, I love his tunes. So I'm kind of feeling that those dubby chords have a lot of like mid-range, lower mid-range presence. So I kind of feel like that round, low, extended bass, it sounds so nice and like clean that I kind of want more of that space to be open for that like really clean like dubby bass to really come through. You know what I mean? But also if you see like this reference that I'm using, you'll notice that low end, that subs are really like knocking exactly like perfect to the reference. But there's a little bit like going on here when those chords and stuff go on, those synths and stuff go on. There's a little bit happening here. And something that I pick up like on pretty much every single electronic music mix that I consider like a good mix. I'll check it on a Spectrum, and it's got this little scoop in the lower mid-range and a slightly less of a scoop in the upper mid-range. And I believe it's to make like the subs sound cleaner because there's less stuff clashing around that area. But also it makes the tops kind of sound a little bit brighter because, again, there's less stuff kind of clashing in that area. So this is usually something that I kind of look at first, is trying to, not add stuff to the track, but try remove things so that what I consider to be the like shining elements of the track, so those things can really like hit the spot, if you know what I mean. So for example, I mean, it's a dub track that bass is like the most important thing, and those kind of like that rhythm of the hi-hats and the chords. But I feel like the chords being in the low end isn't as much of an important thing, because I think we're getting that kind of rhythm of the chords more, and that can be kind of like in the upper range. So anyway, do I have a label? No. This track isn't mine, by the way. This belongs to Cyber. So generally speaking, I mean, like the first process that I'll jump to while mastering is an equalizer. Just because, like I said, it allows me to kind of like focus in on what I consider to be the shining elements of the track and try maybe remove some frequencies which I feel are like clashing with those elements. So that frequency is around 250 hertz. I can actually just jump in here, put in a node around there, and we can just shift it around until we get like, here I guess we're not listening for the frequency that we're removing. We're trying to listen for all the other stuff, if that's going to kind of be a little bit more present in the mix. Because I'm not sure if you guys can kind of hear that. Maybe I should apply some heavy like limiting so that we can really squash the track. And you'll probably hear that kind of lower chord stab kind of hits the threshold of the limiter and stuff, and that's going to start changing the kind of low end groove. So again, this is one of the reasons why you'll often find like very little elements in that kind of 250 hertz and downwards range in an electronic music mix. That's other mixes, I guess. I'm not the expert there, I guess. Okay, I think we're almost there. I think I'm kind of hearing there's also some of this kind of slightly brighter mid-range coming through as well. So maybe we can actually sweep this a little bit more higher frequency to try kind of capture that whole scoop in one go. So here what often happens when you've got these kind of like very wide stabby chords like this, when you apply like a broad cut like this, often it kind of reduces the amount of space in the mix, because the mid-range is like the very audible part of the mix, and the stabby, like especially like percussive stuff, your ear kind of focuses in on that kind of thing. So with these types of things, often it can help to do like a mid-side EQ. What's happening with my mic here? What the fuck? Hold on a sec, guys. This thing is like threading here. Oh gosh, it's gonna be a sad mic. We can do it like this. Haha. We can do it like this. There we go. I just hope it doesn't fall. Question, is it okay if I apply all this mastering chain on the master channel of my project? Generally, I don't recommend it, just because having an entire project open, you have like other effects and things on there. When you render out the audio of that project, you're getting what's called a sample accurate version of that project. Nothing random can change. You know, all the tails are exactly as you've heard it. So rendering it out as an audio example is the perfect way of making sure that nothing you're adding in the mastering chain is creating all sorts of weird things that you might not notice in the project. Does that make sense? So like what I'll usually do is render out the audio file and listen to that like in an external like audio player and make sure that it rendered out fine. All the little random things that are happening in the project sound good. Because there's all these little intricacies and different DAWs handle latency differently. So stuff like multiband processing can do things that we might not be hearing very clearly and stuff like that. So I generally do render. That being said, it's up to you. If you get a good result at the end of the day, whatever the process is, it's up to you. Oh, before this thing, I was saying mid-side. So if we just apply this dip to the mid-range, to the mid speaker, not the side speakers, we're still allowing that wideness to come through in that frequency range, but low frequencies generally are in the mid speaker anyway. They're not much happening on the side speakers, so you won't have to worry about that clashing. So this is why you can generally do stuff like a mid EQ in the low mids and that kind of stuff and not worry about too much happening. Although now it sounds like we've widened the track because it just feels like that mid-range is kind of like more audible. So then what I'll do is I'll just duplicate this, set this over to side mode, and then just turn up the dBs just so it's like less of a drastic cut. But we're still doing a bit of processing. Sorry, the side must be down. We don't want to do much side cut. We want to do the mid cut, mostly. I don't know if you guys are hearing that, but like the kind of like upper mid range is coming through so much clearer now. There's like vocally chants and things. It is a little dark in here. Yes, it's quite late actually. It's past dinner time. I've just had such a crazy week. I haven't even had a chance to do anything. Now I was just like chilling. Had some dinner and I was like, you know what? I've got some time now. I might as well do a stream because I haven't this week. I owe you guys one, basically. Yeah, and I'm feeling creative. Well, kind of. Feeling technical, let's just say. Do an A/B. Oh, with. Okay, yeah. I think it actually needs to be a little bit more drastic, to be honest with you. Because like with the dub genre, generally speaking, your low end is like well scooped. It's like the only audible thing in that kind of like lower range, you know. So we can try accentuate that a little bit. something happening at like 270 hertz there. I'm not quite sure what it is. Do I have the plugin Waves SSLG Master Bus Compressor? No, I don't. I've got the Acoustica. Which one is the SSL? I think it's the Sand 3. I've got the Acoustica version of it. Quite a lot of that like keys, electric piano type sound, the stabby chords coming through around here, maybe so that we don't get, so that this cut doesn't affect the kind of like kick and bass. We can do this in the sides. I maybe want to do a less drastic cue. But we may also, I see there's quite a bit of like stereo information happening kind of like in the lower end. So we may have to do a low cut on the sides as well there, just to clean that up a little bit. The overall low cut of the track sounds good though. I don't think it needs like an extra low cut on the mids. It's almost like that. Can you guys hear that bass, that that kind of like upper octave groove? It's like I wasn't quite hearing that as much as I think I should have been in the mix. And when doing some of this like EQ to remove some of those, like really target some of the chords and the leads that are in that range, now suddenly that kind of like upper groove of the bass is coming through a bit better. Do you guys hear that too? I'm just going to A-B it for a little bit so you guys can check. So this is another critical thing that I look out for in analyzing the mix. Notice here in the reference that the loudest frequency in the mix. I'm glad you agree, Cyber. It's always a thing, like when you're mastering, like you don't want to affect the artistry in the track. So having that kind of like live reference from the artist, like, oh, it's coming through good. It kind of shows you that you're on the right track. Because like removing a sound or something like that is not what I want to do. Does that make sense? I kind of want to make everything just sound a little bit better. Yeah, so what was I saying? Notice how... What's happening now? Should probably just save this. No, there's already one called 1. Can you believe it? 2. The loudest frequency in the mix is that fundamental. This is another thing you'll notice, like within every single electronic music mix. Like every time I'm like, oh, this is a good mix, I want to reference it. It's very similar. So this is something you kind of want to maintain. You don't want anything to be louder than that frequency, because that means that it's most likely going to kind of hit those the threshold of the limiter and that kind of thing, and start affecting the sound of the master quite drastically. And I think with something like, especially like dance music or trance music, or I guess, dub as well, because the low end is the kind of focal point in most cases, that you kind of want that thing to be the loudest frequency, obviously, because it's the focal point, but also it's going to be the thing that's reacting the most with the dynamics processing and the mastering. So notice how when I turn this EQ off, you'll start seeing those frequencies like come up quite high above this like fundamental, I call it the low end threshold. So it's like the highest point which the low end generally hits. So, but then with that EQ, we've kind of like reduced that range. So now that like low end, that fundamental of the kick and bass is now the kind of loudest part of the mix. Okay, we still have to go for those the upper mids and that. So don't try not to focus too much on the kind of like sharp sounds too much. We're kind of just looking at the lows and the mids for now. So I feel like those like white noisy things, the vocals, that kind of stuff is a little bit sharp in the upper mid range, but because it's not like a thing that's going throughout the entire track, like the chords or the low end bass, that kind of stuff. I generally don't like to apply like a general EQ cut to that kind of thing, because what that's going to do is it's going to affect the audio of everything, So something like Soothe is really good to really focus in on these, because it's kind of like adaptive, dynamic. I don't want to call it EQ, it's a dynamics processor, but it works very similarly to like an EQ for targeting really specific areas. Love this track. Yeah, me too, man. How you doing, Game Boy Z? How you doing, Poseidon? Nicola? Word on the street is you look evil while producing. Aristoteles. Just wanted to say thank you for sharing your knowledge and your workflow. It's a really big help. It's a pleasure, dude. Logify, how you doing? Milo. I'm just going to call you Milo. Danilo, how you doing, dude? Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful track. Job number one, usually when I'm mastering, is getting the track to sound as good as possible. Not worrying about kind of like numbers and RMS and all that kind of stuff. Is trying to get the like frequency range as close to what I think is like a good mix as possible, and then move on to the kind of mastering process, because a lot of the kind of mastering process doesn't really change. It's kind of just like maximizing the thing, or increasing the volume, and having a kind of frequency range that sounds ideal before going into that process just makes it's the kind of like entire, how can I say, it's the foundation of the entire mastering process. So if the mix doesn't sound good going into the dynamics and that kind of thing, you're destined for failure. So I just generally start off with EQs, that kind of stuff, trying to get the mix to sound good. if I get to a point where I'm like, okay, this is just not happening, then I'll be like, okay, no, we have to go back to the mix and start looking at things, I really need to understand how to approach Soothe 2. I still don't get it. I just use the stock mastering preset and pick and tweak what I like. Maybe we can go through a little bit of how Soothe 2 works. I don't really understand exactly like everything about it, but I can kind of show you the fundamentals of kind of what it's doing. So I think what confuses a lot of people is the fact that it kind of works in the opposite to an EQ. For example, when you boost this frequency like this, when you turn up this node in the visual of the plugin, you're actually getting a reduced amount of audio in that frequency range. So turning it up is essentially turning up the sensitivity of how the dynamics is working in that frequency range. So if we want less kind of like less of the plugin to work in the mid range, then what you want to do is you want to just reduce this kind of stuff. So to like fine tune, for example, like with what we want to do here is we want to target those like white noisy vocally type of things, which is predominantly in the like mid range, upper mid range. It's not really in the super highs, it's not in the lows and that kind of thing. So we don't need Soothe to affect anything other than in that frequency range. So we can use this window to draw the kind of frequency range at which the plugin affects. And this depth control is essentially kind of how much it affects. So one really cool thing about it is you've got this delta control. So what this does is it shows you what you're removing. So let's just play with this a little bit so we can kind of get a setting going, so I can kind of give you guys some examples here. So we've like pumped it up really high here. Okay, so you got soft and hard. Hard, obviously, just like it's like way more apparent. But we've pumped this depth, and we're like, hang on, this is too much. But we want to see like how much is too much. You can hit this delta to see like what has been removed from the sound. So we can see like, are we hitting that original frequency that we wanted to remove, or are we removing some other stuff there that we may not wanted to have targeted in the first place? Yeah, you see we're getting some of those hi-hats, we're getting some of the chords. Please don't do this to every mix and master that you do. It just like boost 16 kilohertz this much. Like, I'm not sure like if that's even like, does that sound okay? Maybe my 16 kilohertz is absolutely fucked. It's a dangerous thing, but I just feel like I wasn't quite getting that groove of that hi-hat. You know what I mean? And this just like opened it up and kind of gives the track this kind of bit more three-dimensional feel, I guess, because now it almost feels like those high frequencies are extended a little bit. We can hear that low frequency a little bit clearer. Those high frequencies are really coming through. So the dimension of the mix is suddenly opened up when we flip this EQ on and off. Yeah, good call. 1 dB less, I think. Yeah. I could barely hear the difference between that 7.46 and 6.46. The human ear can really tell the difference between 1 dB. And in a situation where like this, where it's like, you know, is it too much? Oh my gosh, it's dangerous. You should probably just go with one less. You probably won't hear that kind of volume difference anyway, and you're saving yourself headroom. I think it's sounding great. We might just move on to some dynamics processing here. Also, the thing is, sometimes when you're applying dynamics processing and stuff, you can start to lose a little bit of that, like, really sparkly high end. So we may have to jump back in there and actually add that 1 dB back in again, but we'll see how it goes, like, after the dynamics processing and that kind of thing. Let me... I feel like another cup of tea. Let me run and put the kettle on, and we can run through this track while I let the kettle boil. I'll see you guys shortly. That formant is beautiful. I just want to check I want to A/B that EQ, just to make sure I'm not affecting that formant in any negative ways. My dudes, this is not an advert. Do you know these fucking peanut M&Ms? This shit is gonna be my kryptonite. Yes, see, they are so good. It's actually coming through cleaner with the EQ. I think just based on the fact that we've kind of removed some of those frequencies from the other instruments, which I think were coming through a little bit hot. And just in turn, the other sounds have their place now. And it's kind of sounding like it's all coming together a little bit better. Yeah, man, you need Soothe 2, peanut M&Ms, and a cup of rooibos tea. Then your master will be perfect. It might not be, but at least you'll have enough sugar in you to give you a serotonin boost. Lokesh, Black Friday is the weekend after, is it Thanksgiving or something? I don't know. I'm not an American, but I think there's this big holiday. I think it's around end of November. I know it's before the whole Christmas thing. So I mean, we're almost at that minus 14 LUFS, which is the kind of streaming standard. Just with my kind of default maximizer, which I use to up the level of my streams. So just the kind of default setting there, plus 6 dBs on that thing. It's already the Friday after Thanksgiving this year. It's November 26th. I was close. Actually, I was exactly right. Well, not 26th, but end of November. Shot cyber. Just be careful. Some M&Ms are deadly poison. Oh no. To be honest with you, if you told me these were deadly poison, I probably wouldn't be able to stop. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, dude, I know. It's it's one of those things which is I tried it once and I was like, I just can't stop. It's too good. We don't talk of the 7 C's here, son. Do you mean for Elephant? There is a really good limiter that's free. I think it's called Limiter number 6 by Vlad G. But it doesn't have the maximizer component. You see, the really cool thing about Elephant is it's got the kind of maximizer and limiter all built in one. So essentially all you're doing is just boosting the input and it kind of does the rest for you. So it's like lazy. Hey Dash, how are you? Hey Utopian Brain Farts, how are you doing? Nice to tune into your show. Want to hear a bad mastering joke? Yeah, always. I love bad jokes. It's like my shit. What do you need if you can't AB? Get a CD. What's a CD, bro? No, I'm joking. Producers in a few years won't know what CDs are. So what I want to do here is I just want to start boosting the input gain of Elephant and see when those peaks start to hit the actual threshold, and then we can go check like what levels we're at that point. So you may or may not want to turn your volume down. If you were listening to the stream really loudly, you may want to turn it down a little bit. It might get a little bit loud at this point. I don't know. I'm just going to type it in dB increments. That's probably going to be the safest way to go. You know, sometimes the mouse can slip and that's going to be dangerous. The dogs make their usual entry. Yeah, man, totally. I was the same for many years. I actually sold my car a little while ago. But I was also burning CDs and that. Limiter number 6, that's the one. Free limiter. If you guys have other good maximizer options, most doors will have Intus. What DAW are you on? Are you Ableton or are you on Cubase? Because I mean, like the Ableton stock stuff is really good, as is the Cubase stock stuff. Cubase stock maximizer is actually really good. Guys, how do you deal with Bitcoin miners from various cracked VSTs? Just get like free VSTs. Just use Vital. Use the stuff that comes with your DAW. Fucking Bitcoin miners, bro. Are they seriously in the VSTs now, dude? What? What? You just returned from Indian Spirit Festival. You got escorted outside by the cops. Dude, I don't know. What the fuck were you doing to get escorted out by the cops? Sonox, inflator, and limiter. Yeah, man, but those are good, but they don't really have as many options in terms of like all the different algorithms and stuff. Like that being said, I hardly use most of them, but they are really good. Sonox, inflator, and limiter. They were recently on special. I'm not sure if they still are, but I actually almost bought inflator, but it was like I don't need it. You know what I mean? It was one of those things where it's just like it's so talked about, and I've seen it in so many like tutorials and stuff, but I just don't need it because I have stuff that can do similar stuff. You know what I mean? Oh shit. They got you, bro. Hey Andy K, what makes the Vox and Go limiter so special? So many little things. I don't even know where to start. It's just like quick and simple. I usually just slap it on, change the in gain, and it's good. But there are various settings for really getting like so much out of it. This eval setting is so handy because it automatically gain matches your in and out. So I'm not going to use it now because then the stream audio will be like really soft, but it's the best way of being able to exactly hear what the plugin is doing to your audio, because the output will be the same volume as the input. So you'll be able to monitor the amount of compression like so accurately when you kind of turn it on and off. Does that make sense? Because it's no longer applying that kind of like maximizer. What's out today? Big Leo, how are you doing? Thank you for your stream. It's very helpful. It's a pleasure, dude. Thanks for tuning in. Reason 12 out today. Interesting. Also, it's got like all these different modes where you can kind of like fine tune, for example, like these different algorithms, like the knee, like how much curve there is on the dynamics processing, all sorts of like really kind of like nitty gritty stuff about like the transfer curves and stuff of the dynamics. You can like really fine tune those, save a preset, recall it. It's got a bunch of like built-in algorithms. Like I said, I generally just stick with the default one, EL4. It's the kind of like standard default written for Elephant version 4, which is this one. The metering is really really accurate. It's got true peak metering, which is good. And then also it's got this AB thing. So what that means is like if you're really like unsure about, for example, if you should go with like 10 or 9 dBs, you can kind of like jump between the two. You know what I mean? So you can kind of like AB reference two versions of the plugin. I know lots of plugins have this, but like just this entire feature set in a single plugin is just kind of like invaluable for mastering because of all these little things that it has. Also the oversampling and that kind of thing. I mean, nobody will hear the difference now on a stream, so I'm not going to go into that for now. But yeah, so many little things just make it perfect. The visual aspect as well, the fact that you can kind of monitor a time-based kind of reference of the what the kind of threshold is doing. So let's just play this, for example, and you can kind of see, well, not the threshold, it's actually a representation of the gain reduction. So you see there, those little lines. So you can see exactly when that kind of like threshold is being triggered. And when you're listening to it, you can kind of see like, okay, that was on the kick. Boom, boom. The kick was triggering the threshold. And that's usually okay. I don't mind when the kick triggers the threshold because that's kind of like one of the main elements of the track. You know what I mean? Ronaldo Braga. You said something earlier. How are you doing? I guess the cool thing about Elephant is that it has the complex stuff, but it's just really easy to use, and that's kind of like why I stick with it, why I use it a lot in my tutorials and stuff, because you don't need to go into that complex stuff. Those kind of settings are kind of hidden away. Do you know what I mean? You can just open it up, smash the gain. 9 times out of 10 it doesn't sound too bad. Do you know what I mean? Lokesh Kumar Singh, what is the best effects rack third party which enhance workflow? Without a doubt, Kiloheart's Snapheap and Kiloheart's Multipass. The combination of that environment, the ability to create any effect you want within those little things and then stack them up and all sorts, it's just mind-blowing. The thing to know though is you're probably going to want to buy each of the little plugins that are kind of like that you can load up in there and stuff. So it might become a little bit expensive. That being said, Snapheap is free, and there are a bunch of free snap-ins or plugins that come with the free version of Snapheap. A basic delay, I think, basic EQs and some stuff like that. So you can actually get some pretty cool stuff with that, stacking up EQs to create filters and all sorts of things. And then loading those up on macros. The 2.0 version of Multipass and Snapheap is going to be absolutely insane. So I would jump in there and start learning it now because, when 2.0 comes out, there's definitely going to be a lot of tutorials and videos coming from my side. Kilohearts is actually doing a sale right now called the Tranced Out sale. And they've got a bunch of cool effects that I actually use quite a lot. They actually asked me for some recommendations of what trance producers would use. So there's a Formant filter, Trance Gate, and the nonlinear filter, and phase distortion. Those 4 plugins are actually on special. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's like 50% off. But anyway, yeah, they're on special, I think, till like a couple more days. Hey Spectrasonics, how you doing? Hey Suffist. Hey Picnic Boy, thank you for subscribing. When I'm lazy, I'm mastering in Cubase, but serious, I go to Wavelab. It is better, bro. Greeting from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Yeah, I know Wavelab is better. I have used it a couple of times, but I feel like the difference that it has, I don't really utilize. I mean, I don't do mastering on a daily basis, you know what I mean? I used to do a lot, but now that I'm doing tutorials more and more, I kind of prefer, how can I say, like helping a lot of people with one like a broad brushstroke, rather than like helping a lot of people one by one. I think that's a lot more effective. Sorry if you're hearing clicks and stuff. My fucking mic stand is just about to die. Hey, the machine station, how you doing? I think we can do a little bit more soothe there, because like in that part, those vocals are really coming out like, well, not the vocals, they're kind of like airy. Lokesh, this is not my track. This track is by Cyber. He's actually 1, 2, 3 above you in the chat. Do you have a tutorial of all the plugins you need to begin making Psytrance? Good question. You don't really need anything except for like, there's no like specific thing that you need, I guess. Just get like what you have access to and just learn the kind of fundamentals of those. I would say Vital is a really, really good start. But if you're looking for like a bundle, kilohertz stuff, it's like I just said now, yeah, they have got like one of each of all the kind of like fundamental type of effects that you need, but the way that their host system works kind of allows you to stack them up in interesting ways and all sorts of stuff like that. So you can kind of create your own kind of unique filters by stacking up multiple filters in various ways with EQs that do things. And then you can kind of save that as its own little kind of rack. And then you can kind of stack racks together in all sorts of interesting ways. So they also have a synth called Phase Plant, which is like my favorite synth, but it's like so advanced. I generally stick to Vital because the way that the GUI works. So for tutorials, I do a lot of the Vital stuff. But also check out the kilohertz stuff. There's Phase Plant is an incredibly good synth, but it's very advanced. So if you're just kind of getting into it, like Vital might be a little bit easier to wrap your head around. But that being said, I've got tutorials on all of them. You don't need Delay Llama, dude. Any modern plugin, just Sawwave with a formant filter and a delay. That is the Delay Llama. It's a Sawwave with a formant filter and a delay. Problem with Delay Llama is 32-bit only, so you're going to have to get JBridge, and that's just going to cause crashing and all sorts of things. I should actually totally do a tutorial how to remake Delay Llama. I mean, I've done so many formant tutorials, but like, you know how the clickbait thing works? People are still like, how do you make that sound? So I think I want to try like a bit of FET compression. I did a video about like what types of compression do what types of sounds, but I kind of want to accentuate a bit more of that aggressive transient nature of like the groove of those hi-hats. I think that could create a nice like pluckiness in terms of the compression. The Machine Station, why can't I pay with debit credit card to your sample packs? I do not have PayPal. I need to figure out a way to do that. My Shopify thing, I just for some reason can't figure out how to do that. It's all linked through PayPal. I'm not sure if Patreon allows you to pay via card. If it does, there are a ton of presets, stuff that I've done like in my videos that's available on the Patreon for the $5 supporters, so you could like sign up and download a bunch of stuff. So that's a quick way to get presets if you don't have PayPal. I think Patreon has. I don't know. I'm so bad with that kind of thing, to be honest with you. Can you make a tutorial on Technical Hitch sounds and acids, please? Doesn't Technical Hitch make videos? Pretty sure he's got some tutorials. I might be wrong. Yes, Patreon, you can pay card. I was right. Can you believe it? So if you become a $20 Patreon, which is like the inner circle tier, there's various other bonuses, like in terms of like getting into the inner circle group and stuff. But how the group works is there's like a level system. So you get like XP for like giving, ideas and feedback for other people who post tracks and that kind of thing. And by the time you get to level 5, then you get like a bunch of rewards, and those rewards are some of the stuff from my shop. So the best way actually to get the stuff from my shop is actually to sign up for the $20 a month Patreon thing, and you can quickly work your way up to level 5. I mean, I'm pretty sure some of the people here in the chat are already at level 5 after a couple of weeks or whatever. But I'm pretty sure you'll stick around because there's other cool like perks and stuff there. So anyway. Sorange. Is that how I pronounce it? Try a FM with a bandpass lead and a 1/8 dotted delay. You'll get close. That FET compression is actually controlling the bass really nicely, because this bass has got a very stabby, steppy kind of kind of feel, but at the same time it's kind of changing the notes. So I feel like this compression is kind of controlling that quite nicely. Without it, it kind of like goes a little bit all over the place. Especially when we squash it so much with the kind of like overall limiter. Okay, so for those who are asking about the kind of bundle effect type stuff, and I was talking about the kilohertz stuff, this is Multipass, which is their multiband processor host. So you can apply, so each of these plugins, some of them are free, not many of them. A lot of them you have to buy. Some of them are on special this month, like I said. Thanks, Saransh. Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. You can apply specific effects. So you get Snap Heap, which is kind of like a parallel processor. And then you get Multipass, which is like a multi-band processor. So we could apply, for example, like compressor to just a specific frequency band. Or we could apply any of these effects to just a specific frequency band. Here's the flippin' mind-blowing thing. You can apply an entire rack of stuff to a specific frequency band. And inside that entire rack of stuff, you can have another entire rack of stuff. Inside that one, another entire rack of stuff, etc. The fucking power is like, it's up to what your mind can think up, basically. You want to learn how to make acids like Technical Hitch. Do you mean like the kind of like acid lead type sound, like the 303 type of thing? Because D16 for Scion, the plugin, is like my favorite for making those types of sounds. A little bit of distortion on there, and you're good. So here in this kind of like upper mid range, there's quite a bit of that high frequencies that I think is hitting that first compressor quite hard. So I want to do a bit of dynamics processing in this range, and we can just fine tune it depending. So dynamics is kind of like it's a compressor and gate and expander and all of that, limiter and all that kind of in one. For those who know OTT, dynamics is kind of like one little band of OTT. So to make OTT in Multipass, you just make 3 of these. And now you have OTT. You can make OTT 5, which is like 5-band OTT. So yeah, it's pretty wild what you can do. It's much cleaner than the actual OTT, by the way. Oh, make sheets. Oh, okay. I'm the wrong tutorial for that, bro. So say, for example, I mean, I might not end up doing this. I mean, I don't often use transient processing in a master. It can damage the kind of groove of a sound. But say, for example, if you wanted to add like transient to the mid-range, you could just do that with like a transient shaper. If you wanted to like distort the low end or whatever, add like reverb to the top end. It's like so cool what you can do with this plugin. The trick with multiband processing is that you get a bit of like phase stuff happening if you have a split anywhere below like 600 hertz. Anywhere above that, and that phase stuff is negligible. So the trick is to just turn off the bottom band, move this to like above 600 hertz, and then any phase stuff that will be happening because of that like linear phase thing will be negligible. I mean, not like I didn't hear anything happening in the first place, but for those who are going to get picky and be like, bro, you can't use multi-band stuff. I thought about that already. I was actually thinking of, like, now that I've been doing the like Patreon inner circle group thing for quite a while, I've been thinking about doing less of a kind of common mistakes when making sidetrons, but common mistakes in the mix, because there's certain things that I think like 70% of the time there's like particular problems. I don't want to give it away, obviously, because then there's no point in making the video, but I was thinking of actually something like that. It's like common mistakes. So that's actually a good idea. Glad to know somebody else is thinking about that. Spectrasonics, how are you? Thanks for always killer movie and streaming. It's a pleasure, dude. Different question. How do you make change the artist name? Because the same plugin company. Haha. It's a tricky one, hey? I guess you could kind of create a new project, and then, I mean, if you're wanting to like transfer your current audience to the new project, you could do a kind of dual release where you have one album or whatever with tracks from Spectrasonics and then tracks from your new project. And then people will naturally be like, what's this thing? What's new project? And you're going to be like, oh, that's my new project. Do you know what I mean? Use the platform that you have to launch a completely new brand. Think of it like a company launches a new brand, like you said. Like, how would Spectrasonics, the company, rebrand their name? If they were like, oh, damn, there's a Psytrance DJ called Spectrasonics. Now we need to launch a new like brand name. What they would do is they would go onto all their social medias, be like, hey guys, we have a new plugin. Okay, this new plugin is called XYZ Synths. I don't know. Think of a cool name for a synth. And that's the new thing. Then everyone's going to be like, oh, what's this new brand? Who made the synth? And they're going to be like, actually, it was us. We're just rebranding. Hi, do you have the website where to buy the plugin Vital? Vital Audio. Just search Vital Synth on Google. You should get there. Or yeah, there are free versions of it. I would recommend buying it because you get the text-to-speech thing and you get a bunch of presets. And it's cool to support guys like that who are doing good things. But yeah, search Vital Synth, or I think the website is vitalaudio.com or something like that. 14 is like where the point where you can hear that bass kind of starts doing the sucking effect. We don't want that, obviously. So what I want to do is I want to move that elephant that I had onto the channel and put another one on here just to catch the true peaks, and then apply just ever so slight amount of maximizer after that, or like before those two. So it's like the first elephant is basically acting like a maximizer. Then I'm just going to use the Cubase stock maximizer, and then the second elephant is kind of acting like that kind of final limiter in the mastering process. I find like this just helps to push just that little bit. I've got the ozone, the isotope limiter as well. It's just one of those things where, like, because it kind of has to be bought in the entire bundle, I try to steer away from using it, because I generally don't recommend using the isotope mastering thing, because it has those auto things which kind of, in most cases, have destroyed masters. How to master like Aja. First make the track sound like Aja, and then you just make it louder. The best analyzer plugin, if you don't already have Cubase, is a thing called Flux Studio Sessions. But if you have Cubase, you've already got a thing called Supervision, which in my opinion is the best analyzer plugin. It's everything you could ever need in an analyzer, and you can like create your own racks of things. So good. Also, I think there's one called SPL Hawkeye, also really good. Bye. Bye. I don't know what you're saying. Bye. Excuse me. I feel like just that one like higher note of the bass, it's just clopping a bit hard. Too low. Tulio, where you from? I'm from South Africa, bro. The south of Africa. But it was only becoming a problem like after this FET compression. So maybe we can slap another EQ in the middle there and just notch a little bit of that frequency out. I know bye means, bro. But I don't know what bye Hamera means. I know bye. Here in South Africa, there's actually so many Indian people. So like you learn those little things like bye. Okay, I was close. Oh, it like helps that kick like cut through so much nicer, just that little notch. What do you guys think? Havohe. This is just track number 1. I'm going to be doing a couple of tracks this stream. I mean, actually, I've spent already 2 hours on this. So I don't know how many tracks. I'll probably one more. Who knows? But yeah, we'll see. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to render that out and then turn off all the stuff, turn down the volume, gain match them, and then turn the volume, both volumes up again, and then compare unmastered to the mastered, gain matched. And that's the kind of final check. Why spend 2 hours on mastering when SoundCloud has AI auto mastering big brain IQ? Pro tip. Of that 2 hours of the mastering, 1.9 hours of it is trying to get a better mix most of the time. And the SoundCloud auto mastering stuff, even the iZotope auto mastering stuff, none of that stuff does that. It doesn't know what a mix of this specific genre should sound like. And I think that's the biggest part about mastering, is knowing the genre. You know what I mean? Most of those things are mastering for vocal tracks. Bro, I'm sorry. A limiter doesn't sound muddy. Muddy is an expression to kind of like describe frequency response. The limiter is not applying any frequency. It's not coloring the thing in any way. How can it make it sound muddy, dude? Listen to the pre and listen to the post. And then tell me again that elephant is making it sound muddy. I see. The thing that pisses me off the most is when people make not assumptions, when they make like statements like that about plugins that revolve around an adjective. Like, it sounds muddy, or it sounds thin, or that kind of stuff. It's like, give me a quantifiable spec at which I can measure it. Tell me the 50 hertz is less, or give me a quantifiable spec, and then we can start talking about it. But at the end of the day, there's no frequency response change before and after the limiter. It's only affecting the dynamics. So in no way is it making it sound what most people believe the term muddy to be. I'm not like tuning you, dude, because it just happens so often when people are like, oh, I don't like Vital because it sounds thin. And it's just like, well, you just need to learn how to make better patches in it. You know what I mean? Or to change the filter. A lot of the thing that like confuses a lot of people is in Serum, the default filter is the MG12, which is like a Moog filter. Whereas in Vital, the default filter is the clean filter. So people always like, oh, the filter in Vital sounds thin. It's like, bro, did you even try changing a setting in the thing? Or did you just in it saw, nah, next? Do you know what I mean? Don't worry about it, dude. I'm not asking for an in-depth comment. Really, like, don't stress. You can choose not to use it if you want. Dude, I don't want the essay. I'm not like... Here's the thing, dude. Obviously, everyone's going to have their own judgment as to what the master should sound like. But at the end of the day, people aren't sending you the tracks to master. If they were, then it would be a different story. You can choose to use whatever plugins you want. You can choose to teach people in whatever way you want. But at the end of the day, I mean, let's take a poll. Let's take a poll. Does the master post sound muddy? Let me know, guys. Let's do a poll. And we're just going to A/B this a bit. If anything, it's too bright. You know what I mean? But I kind of like it a bit brighter. You know what I mean? Voxengo does a very slow limiter slope that is sometimes problematic. Bro, have you tried to change the settings? You can actually change the release slope over here. You can fine tune your own transient curves. You can make it sound how you want it. Cool. Should we choose a different track? Let's move on. I think it's been too long. Let's get some Psytrance up in the mix. Oh, wait, the poll. I forgot about the poll, dudes. 90% resounding master does not sound muddy. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm glad I'm on the right track. Let's see. This one, I actually did promise the guy I would master this. Space Ape. This oak, also amazing music. You guys are going to like this. It's going to be a journey. Okay, I'm going to end the poll. It's going to be a resounding answer. Cool. Let's dive in here. So I think what I'm going to do here is just duplicate this and then start removing some of the plugins, and we can start rebuilding a chain there, because most likely not going to need all of those things. Might need other things. We'll see what happens. This guy usually makes foresty stuff, so this is like not. He does also do like a bit of dubby stuff, but this is quite out of his kind of comfort zone. I think this is more like a hip hoppy, dubby kind of, or trip hoppy kind of thing. Still cool sounds. I'm gonna let it play, and I'm gonna be right back. Dude, chill, man. No disrespect, but like, really, rather just say like you don't like the plugin because of its interface or whatever. Just like be honest. You can't say it's because the curves are too slow if you can adjust the curves, or you can't say it's because it's muddy when it's clearly not. Just say you don't like the plugin for, there's so many plugins I don't like for such stupid reasons. Do you know what I mean? Just be honest about it. Nobody really minds. You know what I mean? like Silence. I don't like it because of how it looks. I mean, sounds decent, but I don't know. It's like looks too clunky. It looks like it would be taking up too much space on the desk, so it just doesn't gel with me. You know what I mean? Are you guys feeling this, or should we do trance? Should we do some side trance? Let me know. Are we doing all dub trip hop stuff today? Let me see what side trance I have here. This is some pretty interesting stuff. I think this is kind of like more progressive-y. I've got a track from Saigo. I'm sure you guys know him. He actually makes tutorial videos as well. Got one of my tracks as well. A glitch track. But like it's weird. It's like mastering my own tracks is always a bit difficult because like it's hard to be like super critical, you know what I mean? Okay, well, let's maybe do the Saigo one first. And then, because this one's a little bit more experimental and progressive. Space Ape. This one that was playing now is Space Ape. He usually makes... The first one is Cyber. Excuse me, guys. PSYBUR, and then the second one was Space Ape. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, and they're all in my. Intus, they're all in the Discord, dude. They're all in the inner circle. It's a whole psychedelic zoo up in there, dude. So just see here. What I actually want to do is just initialize this instance of equilibrium, because we're most likely not going to be doing the same curves. I'm going to I'm pretty sure I'll be using Soothe. There's some really sharp sounds in there that I'm hearing could do some soothing. But I'm just going to go ahead and start playing around. I did explain a lot of the thought processes going up till this part of the stream, so I'm not going to go in too in depth with what I'm doing. But at this point, I kind of just want to start shaping the kind of frequency spectrum of the track to closer to like a reference, So I'm going to go ahead and just use an EQ and just start like playing around with. I actually want to go to it was around this part here where the hi-hats and stuff came in. There was some parts which are a little bit bright. So like, remember what I was saying earlier about like the low end threshold? Like I try to get it so that that's kind of like the main focus or the loudest part of the mix. So I'm just going to, here I can kind of notice there's a bit of a steep, quite a bit of stuff like just in general happening in the higher frequencies. So I can just start off by adding a shelf and just shave off a lot of that stuff. I think that's going to give me a little bit more accurate representation of like what's happening in the mix. Because I feel like there is like quite a bit of a lot of energy happening just in the mids and highs overall. As far as I know, I might be wrong, when you render out in Keybase, it automatically dithers. If you render 24-bit project to 16-bit files, it automatically applies dither. Vox and Go Elephant has got dither stuff built in. But to be honest with you, rather just let your stuff do the auto stuff, because that's a whole other ball game. Those like low frequency pads and stuff in the low mids also a little bit too much conflicting with the bass there, I think. Hold on a sec, let me make Vox&Go plugins look more futuristic. One sec. Where's black? I'm sure this is supposed to have black. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. You can actually create your own presets. Anyway. Does that look more high-tech? Space age? It actually does, hey? Damn. Suddenly it sounds so much better. Oh my gosh, guys. The trick is getting your plugins to sound better. Hey, Reactor B, how you doing? Hey, Miss Kiff, how you doing? Viking was made Vox&Go. Bring back Albino too. Hey, Milo, you joke, and Chronox, hey, you joke, but that I like. What do they say? I carved my teeth on that Albino plugin and Chronox as well. That's like the plugins where I first learned sound design. Black makes it sound better. For some reason, this one, I'm pretty sure the other one does though. I'm pretty sure that Elephant has a black visual mode. Yeah, it does. Grey is pretty schwanky. There we go. Really more space age. Yeah, that's it. Now we're professional, guys. you doing? Have you just started? No, I started about 2 hours ago. I just started on this particular track though. Just mastering some of my Patreon's music. It makes it very muddy. I like the sub of the space. The fundamental like oomph is really nice. But I feel like that the kind of like low end fundamental of the kick isn't quite punching through. So there's various ways we can go about doing this. I mean, if you look here at the spectrum, it's not quite hitting that spot, that kind of like that curve. It's like just below it a little bit. So we could EQ, maybe lift that up a little bit. That might give us a bit more of that punch in the kick. We could maybe apply some multiband processing, like a transient shaper or something like that. Let's just try simple tricks first. Like let's just try the EQ. What frequency was that? That was around 105. Let's say like 95 to 110 hertz, somewhere around there. No. So PT-EQX is nice to make the subs nice, but it reduces that range. So I suspect that he used a PT-EQX here, and that's kind of what created that kind of little bit of lack of that punch, I think. So I suspect the PT-EQX was already used here. So to do it again, that would just like really, I think, boost the subs and probably accentuate that like lack of punch that I'm kind of hearing a little bit, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I do music other than Psy. This stuff though here, this is for like from my Patreons though. So like I don't really do mastering. I kind of just concentrate my time more on doing like the tutorials, showing people how to like get their tracks to sound better, so that you can just add a maximizer and call it mastering. You know, hate me, real engineers. That's cool. This track is, I don't know when the release is. It's a guy called Saiger. He actually makes YouTube videos as well. So you guys should all go check out his channel as well. He does make YouTube videos, some pretty cool tutorials. So you'll probably learn a couple of these tricks on his channel. Nation. So the actual reason why I did have this set so like hellishly ugly looking, I think it was on Red or something. As awful as this looks, like technically, like somebody said there, that looks archaic or something. This is, I find, the most readable. The text is bright and like when I look at it, I can most easily read everything on the plugin at one quick glance. So that's an important thing, in my opinion, about plugin GUIs or GUIs, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. The thing can have screws and knobs and things that jump out in 3D and all sorts of stuff. It's all about like how quick you can read it at a glance, you know. So I mean, the black one, to be honest with you, I was already struggling. So. Nation. I think I actually want to do a bit of multiband processing. They're kind of like lower mids. I want to do a little bit of dynamics processing there, say from about 200 to about 600 or so. We'll fine tune a little bit. There's a couple of things that come in there, which I think I don't want to apply like a broadband EQ because that's going to remove the kind of tone of the kick and stuff. But I want it so that every time it goes above a certain volume, that is reduced in a very specific frequency range, if you know what I mean. So I actually want to remove the dynamics that I applied for the other track because this is now fresh start. And we're just going to do dynamics for this specific frequency range. Okay, wait. I need to find that part of the track where that thing was like offending me. It was offending my ears. Hey, Colin Bennon. This guy is the mastering expert, guys. So I think somebody actually earlier on asked, do I do all my own mastering or do I send it to other people? So it depends on the context. So like for YouTube videos and stuff like that, I generally just do my own mastering because it's not like an official release or anything. But for official releases, I like to send my stuff to Colin Bennon. Well, the last release I had, I sent to him with excellent results when we actually did like a little bit of a video together where we kind of connected via Skype and he mastered the track while I kind of like filmed the process and everything. And he spoke about what he was doing, and it's a pretty informative video to go check out. Probably much more informative than watching the stream, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'm sure he's got a wealth of insight as well. Okay, I think we're definitely getting somewhere. What I want to do is just bypass all of these. I might have to adjust this like reference volume. Just hear what it was pre. Is this gonna? Okay. Oh, hello, Colin. I don't think I said hello, actually. How are you? Yeah, we're on the right track. I think this track has very nice kind of percussive, well, at least the transients are like there and they're present. Whereas the previous example, the kind of more dubby thing, I kind of wanted to bring that out a bit. And I think that's why I went with the FET compression. So I think in this example, I think that might be a little bit too brutal. It might bring out like more than is necessary. So we can probably just look at something like traditional compression, or maybe like some tube compression to maybe give it a bit more or a bit less of a kind of static energy in the track, if you know what I mean. But I think let's just experiment here. The trick is to like not do it the same as the other tracks, of course. Anyway, I gotta take a quick break to give my ears some air. I think I've been going without fresh air for a little while, so I don't trust my ears at this point. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be back. I'm going to let this play through and I'll see you guys shortly. think I heard some things which we might want to look at. It's like the out of the room test. I don't know if you guys know it. You get like the car test, which is like, listening to your track, what your mix sounds like in the car. But then just as important is the out of the room test. It's like, I don't know, it's like gives you that kind of like when you're in the bathroom of the club effect. You can kind of just hear the bass and that kind of thing. And if you listen to like enough references like out of the room, you get a certain kind of like feel of like what the like kind of sounds like, if you know what I mean. And sometimes you can kind of hear certain things, like when you're listening to the full frequency track, you can't hear like that like transient of the low end as clearly, if you know what I mean. But then when you go outside, you can kind of hear, does it go like or does it go like, do you know what I mean? But then sometimes you can also hear like a synth really clearly, and that often means that like that might be too loud in the mix or something like that. It's not the golden rule, obviously, but I heard it and I was like, I shouldn't really be hearing. I'm just not used to hearing synth when I'm outside. Just like little bits of like stuff, but it's usually just that kind of kick and bass which comes through. So let's have a look here what's happening. It could be that, but just because that there's like a lot of stereo stuff happening, and like I was on, when I'm outside the room, I'm kind of on the one side. So maybe it's just that speaker had like synth coming, and that's why I was hearing it. I don't know. But it is feeling like very present. Maybe we can jump back into Soothe and have a look at like fine tuning that curve of Soothe a little bit more. I feel like it's capturing like too much of the hi-hats and not enough of the like mid-ranges. I feel like there's like just one like frequency in that low end that's like a little bit rumbly. That's like maybe in between the frequency of like the kick and the bass or something. So I want to just play around with like a notch EQ somewhere around there. I think we can really clean it up. Somewhere there's just like this bit of rumble. Train misser. Train misser. Cool name. I saw Mr. Bill do that trick. Which trick there? Yes, add spice to the sound, reversing it, adding delay, and reversing it back. Ah, yes. Good old. Yeah. Also reverb. Do that with reverb. It's a very good trick. Anyway, so I'm just going to sweep around this notch until we can find like where we get this kind of nice separation between the kick and the bass. In the mix, I kind of like to boost a little bit of like the kind of top end of the kick. It helps it really cut through the mix. I kind of wish this kick had a little bit more of somewhere around here. And I kind of don't want to do it to the mix because then a lot of the other kind of like more sharp, bright sounds are going to start coming out, like the synths and that kind of thing, and the FM leads are going to start coming out a little bit too much. But I generally like to like reduce a lot of that range in the other stuff and just boost the kick a little bit in the top end, because that really helps to kind of like cut through, you know what I mean? We can maybe try a little bit of like dynamics processing, where we can kind of like use a dynamic EQ to maybe like fine tune that a little bit. But yeah, it's a tricky one because I don't want it to affect too much of those, like, it's a difficult frequency range, especially with FM leads and that kind of thing. They often get very sharp in that frequency range. See, it's nice, like that little frequency range. If the kick had a bit more of that, it would be good. But if like just boosting it with an EQ, we now are getting like all the synths and stuff in that frequency range are getting boosted, which they're starting to sound really sharp, which is not ideal. Fab filter multiband to compress a little all frequencies. Yeah, you could do that. Or you could use like something like multipass, and just create your own kind of like multiband process. So I've already got a bit of dynamics processing happening on the kind of like lower mids. Maybe we could do a bit of some kind of processing to just like brighten up this range a little bit. Maybe we can apply, will a 3-band EQ work? No, let's do slice EQ. And we can add the node. We'll sweep this around shortly. But then here, this mix, we can maybe set this to like an envelope follower. Play around with that so that it kind of like reacts to the kind of like kick of the track or the kind of threshold of the track, which we can set over here. This might be better with like a more of a timed result, something like a LFO, which we set to like a ramp and actually set it to like a 1/4. Spoiler alert, in 2.0, we're going to have MSEGs and we're actually going to have the ability to draw in LFOs and stuff. So you could literally just like draw in the, it's going to be so good. I could actually technically pull it up now, but I'm not allowed to show you guys. So, it's kind of probably what I would end up doing now, but we'll have to stick with just a straight ramp and kind of mix it together with that like envelope follower to kind of get a bit more of a musical result. From the low band, that would make it respond more to the kick. You can. Actually, I should totally do that. So that's actually a much simpler way of thinking. The actual compressor here, you can choose where the sidechain comes from. Thanks, man. Like sometimes you just need to be forced out of the box to be like, okay, well, you can actually just do that. This is how. But then instead of using that EQ, we can just fine tune the band here and then just use this sidechain input from like the low band, like this. Then it will respond to only the kick. Good call, Colin. We actually want to go the other way. We don't want to compress it. We wanted to boost it a little bit. So does the dynamics have a sidechain input? No. Does the... Which one is it? Yeah, the gate. We would be using a gate. Let me turn this off. But instead of actually turning it off when it goes below, we want to set it to I think it's the tolerance. I think that's it. Upwards expansion. Yeah, the dynamics is what I would usually go for that, but for some strange reason that doesn't actually have a sidechain input. So I'm pretty sure the gate can be set to like an expand mode. I'm pretty sure. You know, we could even just use a transient shaper. That probably would have been the easiest way to go, because this has a sidechain input, and this can react to the first band, and then we can just pump the attack of this. So this would probably give us the same results, or we can stack both up. I find like this is not quite hitting it, if you know what I mean. So maybe we can just give a little bit of transient shaper as well to just boost some attack. Yeah, it's subtle, but I think it really does the trick, hey? I think it really does the trick. Guys, by the way, this is not my tune. Hey, I didn't make this track. This track is by Psyger. He does YouTube videos as well. He's got a channel. You guys should totally check him out. This track belongs to him. Okay, cool. Let's good call. Let's do a quick A/B to see if we're on the right track here. I may have to just change some of these settings while we do it. So this is before. And then after, well, in the process. That this big high shelf. Okay, so before everything, let me turn it off. The track was just very, very bright, like very bright coming in. I felt like just like too much happening everywhere above like 250. And instead of like going in and like fine tuning it all, I figured I'm going to like reduce most of that range and then boost anything that I feel is like lacking then, if you know what I mean. But I found like it did kind of sort out a lot. So it was like most kind of specific here in these kind of areas where there's like build-ups and stuff. So let's just listen to the track. I just want to make sure that there's not too much limiting happening because I did turn off a lot of stuff now. So like the track was just very bright coming in, and I didn't want Soothe to be doing like that much work, if you know what I mean. So I kind of just wanted a broad cut so that Soothe was targeting more specific areas, if you know what I mean. That was my thought process behind that. I think it worked out pretty well. Do you think it's cutting out too much of the highs? I mean, like, is there much of a difference between like a shelf and then like a bit of that, than like, you know what I mean, than a bell? Because at the end of the day, it's like a digital EQ. I don't understand the science behind it. Like, I'm not that much of an expert, but like, if you draw the curves, or if you have one thing doing the curve, surely the output is like the same. I kind of still feel like there's areas which are still a little bit too bright. Like specifically like this kind of 3K region, I think is a little bit, could do with even more work. I want to check some other parts in the track because we could be like hyper focusing on something that's maybe not so like. That's not such a big thing in the greater scheme of things. The I'm Reflex. This is Cubase. Wow, thanks, Colin. That really, really means a lot coming from you. Thank you. And I'm glad to inspire, as always. Have a good day further. I really like the sound of this like plucky lead. It's just like hitting the spot. But I think, yeah, with that too much of that kind of like wide brushstroke on the highs that we did, or EQ stroke, whatever it is, I don't think it would have come out so nice. Thanks, EWRW. I'm glad you think so, despite our previous misunderstandings. I'm glad you're still entertained. I kind of feel like I kind of feel like I want to add in compression before the limiter, because I can kind of see those the levels are fluctuating quite a bit, and I kind of, instead of having like one kind of response from a specific like limiter plugin or something like that, I kind of want to split the load between a couple of them. So, for example, like try target a specific type of thing with a specific type of compression, like rather than just an overall like squash with a limiter. You know, maybe look for something that's going to affect just the peaks or just like a specific thing. You know, so we can try out a couple of different. We can try out a couple of different things. I'm not sure about whether kind of tube compression will actually work. Like in retrospect, I did say like we can maybe look at that. He's listening to the like track as it goes. It kind of feels like there is quite a bit of kind of like liveliness or something in the sound. So maybe something like just more standard digital compression or like VCA compression could work. But let's just try out a couple of things. I've got a BRB though. I will see you guys in a 2 minutes. I'll play this from here though, because I need to hear the rest of the track anyway. Guys, I just want to say, this like changed my life, like organizing my plugins. For those who don't know, Cubase has like a plugin manager system where you can create little folders and things, and yeah. So like I grouped all my stuff, like, so I can just go, okay, EQs. Do I want a clean EQ? Do I want a modeled EQ? Do I want a dynamic/spectral EQ? Or what type of distortion do I want? You know what I mean? So it's all like categorized. It's changed my life, guys. So now I just think like, okay, I don't have to like remember what plugin does what. You know, it's just like, okay, I want a VCA compressor and choose from the list. Changed my life. Yeah, man, the way I see it is like if you're gonna go for like a certain style, like a VCA or tube compressor or whatever, you might as well go for something that's impulse response modeled. Otherwise, everything else is just algorithms, and you might as well just use a digital compressor and kind of like model it yourself. You know what I mean? It just seems like the logical choice for me. Like if you're going for a specific sound, then the only way to get that like exact specific sound is through like impulse modeling technology. So I generally try, I mean, obviously there are good ones that are algorithms, but I mean like, you know, when it's like, oh, you want a very specific sound, then the acoustic stuff is a great choice, you know. So what I want to do is I actually just want to squash it like quite a bit, like too much. And then I'm going to fine tune the attack and the release and stuff and the SH mod to try get like the best like response from the compressor. But bear in mind what I'm doing now, it's like too much. So I'm going to reduce it afterwards. Actually want to check. I noticed it didn't sound quite like what I'm used to, but it's probably because the signal coming in might be a little bit hot or something. So let's just see what levels we're looking at here. See, when we overdo it like that and we really like crush it, you can hear exactly what the attack and the release are doing. So it's so much easier to work with. I have Sonarworks flattening the sound in the background. Should I turn it off when I'm watching your videos, or is it better if I turn it on? If you have it on, what you're going to be hearing is close to what I'm going to be hearing. Put it that way. Because I have Sonarworks on my output, but you guys aren't hearing the Sonarworks. So if you have it on, you're going to be hearing pretty much what I'm hearing. But if you have it off, you're going to be hearing like the non-acoustic corrected version of the audio, if that makes sense. So what I'm doing with the attack and the release and the schmod is I'm trying to capture so you can hear that like of every single kick in the main parts. You know what I mean? Before I started tweaking the attack and the release, it was a little bit floopy. I don't know if that's the word, but it kind of wasn't catching all of those kicks. Without boosting the threshold and that, without really squashing it, you're not really able to hear the attack and the release, and you're not able to kind of really fine tune it to catch those knocks. Well, I'm not able to. So that's my trick for like really hearing what compression is doing, and then fine tuning that kind of like envelopes of the compression to kind of really get the sound that you want. So like it sounds good, but still a bit squashed. So what we do then is we reduce the amount of threshold, ratio, stuff that we've done, because I'm not listening to like the kind of saturation and the distortion that's being applied. I'm just trying to hear that kind of like that kind of pumping motion. Does that make sense? The envelope of the compression. Yeah, we are on the right track, ladies and gentlemen. It's sounding very good, very, very good. Daniel Vaughan, how are you doing? Hey man, I sent a DM to your Insta page last night with a couple of questions. Yo, dude, sometimes I go for a while without checking my social medias and stuff. I'm actually the absolute worst, to be honest. Hey, Saiga, how you doing? Your track, man, is sounding sweet. Sounding sweet. What do you think? Did you just hear the AB? I hope you think I'm doing it justice. Yeah, Daniel, sometimes I'm the absolute worst with social media and stuff. If they're not too private, you can let me know now. If they're kind of like music production questions, you can ask them in the chat. I'll try my best to answer them. Otherwise, I will check my Instagram and I'll see what I can do for you. Daniel Vaughan, wondered if you could give some pointers on where I could get started with the best sound design courses or something similar. Been producing some forest stuff in Ableton, but only with samples. Wanting to start creating my own. I got good news for you, bro. I got very good news for you, bro. I've got a masterclass coming out very soon. I can't tell you how soon. I'm just tying up a couple of loose ends with it. And it's like everything you need to know, like track from scratch, creating the sounds, even some stuff about how to creatively use samples. Almost everything is in Vital, which is free or cheap. And yeah, so the thing is with that masterclass is it's already available to some people. Those people are my Patreon inner circles. So how it works with that is it's like a kind of closed group for my a tier reward for Patreon members for the $20 a month tier. And part of that gets you into this group where you can post tracks for feedback, where I can give you feedback on tracks, but not specifically just tracks, like anything, like ideas or if you're stuck with something. But also there's like a level system where, like, when you respond to other people and stuff, you kind of get XP and you level up and stuff. And then once you get to level 5, you get like stuff, like gifts. And those gifts are it's like the masterclass itself and like presets and stuff from my store. So you could go that route. You could sign up for the thing, because the bonus then is that you're in this group, then you can do the masterclass, but then you can also get like feedback as to like how you progress. Do you know what I mean? So, or you could just wait for the masterclass to be released, buy it once off. It'll be more expensive than signing up for the thing, but I'm pretty sure most people that enter the Inner Circle thing will end up staying. But yeah, it's like a monthly membership thing. So it's like you can go the subscription route, or you can like pay once off. But I haven't like released the once off product thing yet, if you know what I mean. And it's not, well, it is complete. Like all the videos are there, but there's just like extra little like fluff that I'm still just busy tying up, if you know what I mean. I feel like some of that high frequency is like coming out more and more, like as we squash it. So let me adjust this shelf down a bit, maybe. That'll probably give us a little bit more headroom to actually squash it a bit more. Sorry, Dan Worrell. Sorry. Yeah, I agree. Sounding good. I'm going to do a quick render, move on to the next one. I can always come back, tweak things. But quick renders are a good way of being able to quickly just like turn off the things and A/B test them. And I always come back. And if it's sometimes I end up going with the quick render. Sometimes it sounds good. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, while this is rendering, I'm gonna go grab something. I'll be right back. Let's see.
Psilocybin works by suppressing parts of the brain that foreground information.
Yes. In retrospect, I think I could maybe go back and reduce that amount of boost on the 95 hertz or so. Because I think it's like once all that compression and stuff is added, I like the separation it kind of does with the kick and the bass, but it sounds a little bit over exaggerated. But for now, we're going to move on. We're going to move on for now. Sure, Saga. Sure. I'll send it to you. If you like it as is, I'll send it to you as is. Yeah, let's move on to this one. This is a little bit more experimental, progressive type stuff. Yeah, let's just see the volumes.
Oh shit.
Oh, I like that bass, but I think it needs a little bit of something. I think the kick and the bass, they need, I think, a bit of gelling together or something. They seem very separated. Very big kick, very small bass. Maybe we could do a Pultec thing here. Maybe that could work. Kind of gel them a little bit. Or we could just do some EQ stuff. Just see what happens. I kind of want to boost the like lower mid range, so like the bass comes out, but then compress it so that every time the kick hits, it like reduces that range a little bit. So we can actually maybe slot in a gain here.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh shit, you're right, bro. I'm so in the zone. I didn't even realize that. I hope I don't get a copyright strike. It's so deep in there. I don't think.
Oh shit.
Ah, that gels it nicely together, huh?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
EREW. It's a very minimal track. There's not much going on in terms of the layering and that kind of thing. So I feel like there's not much for me to do in terms of the spatial processing, that kind of thing. The like little effects and stuff that are like flying around, I don't want to kind of change where they are and stuff, if that makes sense. I find when mixes are very full and layered, then could you hear it? Right. When mixes are very full and layered, then sometimes you do need like kind of like mid-side and that kind of thing. But I did actually do quite a bit. So the compressor is actually working in mid-side mode. So there's a separate thing working on the mids channel as opposed to the side channel. That creates wideness. And then also the EQs, there's some mid-side EQ happening, which also creates wideness. In mastering, I don't have a specific wide plugin, like spatial processing plugin, because those often they're often very audible, whereas you can do those types of effects using regular mid-side processing.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Multipass is doing the heavy lifting in this rack, hey?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
I think I actually want to flatten the width of the top very high frequencies because it kind of helps those percussions come through a bit better. The hi-hats and the snare and stuff. But maybe not all the way. Cider.
Hey,
Mandragora, how are you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Saida, do you mean this stereo visualization over here? So what this represents is your phase correlation of your left speaker compared to your right speaker. So if you have a completely mono signal, you will see a line, like a flat line in the middle. And then the more stereo effects that you have, the more of a kind of, how can I say, rounder shapes that you will get that kind of like spread out around here. You don't want like a completely like spaced thing. You do want like this movement that kind of, because obviously your kick is a flat mono thing. So with like a Psytrance track, you'll see it often does this. I don't really pay too much attention to this thing, to be honest with you. This is what I read the most. The true peaks here is like, these are what I read the most. The multi-panorama, the true peaks, the frequency bars, and then also the LUFS over here. I don't really pay too much attention to this, to be honest with you, because if you have the multi-panorama, you can see the phase correlation for each frequency. So having the phase correlation of your left speaker to your right speaker isn't really that helpful. I mean, it's cool because you can kind of see the overall wideness of something, but I can kind of much easier read it on this kind of the Christmas tree graph, you know? No, you would have to actually like EQ it to show like lows and highs separately. That's what this one does. It shows you like each frequency. Let me actually show you something real quick. So like if we put Kilohertz Stereo, just a super simple stereo plugin, and then we have a look at like what happens to those things when we tweak this. Okay, let me put it on this side. So check out like how this, when you turn the width off and it's now just straight up mono that's playing, you will see it's a straight line here and a straight line here. But then something that's like full stereo, i.e. there's like no mono compatibility, you'll see it's kind of much rounder. Sorry, I'm wrong. It's like flat that way. Does that explain it for you? You don't have the Christmas tree? Don't you have Cubase, dude? Or do you have Ableton? Holy shit, it's almost midnight. I gotta call it. My neighbors probably fucking hate me. It's thundering in here.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna finish this one up. My ears are getting pretty flattened, or actually not flat. They're getting the opposite of flattened. So I think I should leave this one for when my ears are feeling a bit fresher. But I'm gonna call it a day, guys. It's been real. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. If you haven't yet, please don't forget to hit that like button and hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet either. See you guys around. Have a good week further.